Good evening and welcome to the regular board meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors. We are located tonight in OPA, South Orange County. 6 p.m. will be closed session and 7 p.m. will be open session. Our teleconference locations is OPA, Saddleback Valley. On public comment opportunities, members of the public may make comments at regular meetings of board directors regarding closed session items, agendized items, non-agendized items. Comments may be made in person or via Zoom teleconference. Please turn in your comment card to the board secretary, Michael DeLune. Requests for comment may also be submitted via electronic submission or email. Submissions must be received prior to the start of the meeting input time. If a member of the public wishes to email comments to be read during the meeting, please email them to publiccomment@opaschools.org by 6 p.m. on April 17th, 2025. Public comments may include email comments, shall be limited to 3 minutes per comment with up to 20 minutes of public comment per topic of the agenda. Board members cannot respond when public comment is given, except to reference the matter for staff to resolve or place on a future board agenda for more substantive conversations and actions. Under the Brown Act, public comment is a one-way conversation and cannot be acted upon by the board at this meeting. All comments are captured and will be followed up accordingly. Reasonable accommodation. With at least 48 hours notice of any individual with a disability who requires reasonable accommodation to participate in the board of directors meeting may request assistance by commenting public comment at opaschools.org or our meeting phone number. Video and audio recordings of the meeting will be posted on the OPA website approximately 24 to 48 hours after the meeting. The public may attend the board meeting in person or via Zoom webinar, meeting ID 320-324-6235. With that, I will call the meeting to order. The meeting is called to order by board president at 6:06 p.m. First item is roll call. Member Travis is here. Dr. Smith here. Member DeLune. Here. Member Freiler. Here. And Dr. Shaw. Here. All right, wonderful. B, approval of the agenda of the regular board meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on April 17, 2025. It is recommended that the board of directors approve the agenda and for the regular meeting of the board for the regular meeting of Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on April 17, 2025. May I please have a motion? Motion. Thank you. May I please have a second? Second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right. Any noes? Okay. Oh, aye. Abstentions, none. Committee input on closed session agenda items. Member of the public may comment on items listed on closed session agenda and only. The speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. Board secretary, are there any comments regarding items listed on closed session? Okay, thank you. Closed session for discussion and possible action. Item A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation 54956.9, significant exposure to litigation pursuant of subdivision B of section 54956.9, 3 cases. B, conference with real property negotiation 54956.8. C, public employee appointment dismissal, discipline or dismissal or release 54957. And D, public employee performance evaluation, executive directors 54957, title executive director. With that, the meeting will move to closed session at 6:07 p.m. Good evening and welcome back to the Oxford Preparatory Board of Directors meeting for April 17th, 2025. We are reconvening to open session at 7:40 p.m. There is no public report out of action taken in closed session. Next is flag salute. All right, ready to begin. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next, we have recognition, and I will turn it over to Dr. Fricker to start the recognitions of OPA Honor Society and our School Site Council.
Good evening, distinguished board and members of our community. It is such a pleasure to have this time of the year, the spring season, when we get to recognize faculty. We also get to recognize honorees and volunteers and our students, of course. But we really could not do everything that we do here on the operations side of OPA without all of the volunteers who help.
Yep, great.
With all the multitudes of efforts from all of you. And so I just want to thank you in advance. I know that the chancellor will contact you in a minute and just recognize some key names and faces around our communities that we just love to see on our campuses every day. Before I do that, I just want to give a shout out to Ms. Merlette, who is the chancellor here at SOC. She is new to our organization as chancellor, and so she's just done an amazing job. So thank you so much, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright has been the chancellor over at SV for the past 3 years, and he has done a great job over there. I know that that campus is busy, and it's been busy for a long time, and has a very active community that goes along with it. So I just want to recognize him tonight as well. Presenting on their honor society and also their school site councils. Last but not least, I want to just recognize Ms. Burdett. And Ms. Burdett is the chancellor over at our middle school site, and she has been there for 2 years. Later on in the board's agenda, pending board approval, she is up for the new role of Chief Academic Officer. So we were going to congratulate her should the time come around, but that won't be until the end of the agenda. So congratulations to her. So first of all, we are going to honor the honor societies. And I just want to read a little bit about what honor societies are and what they mean here for the organization. So honor societies are made up of parents and teachers who work tirelessly to promote the success of the entire OPA community and organization. They work collaboratively with our schools to help organize, support, and fundraise for many of the programs and all the enhancements that they deem necessary that produce the overall product of academic excellence and achievement for all of our champions. They include grade level meetups, assemblies, cultural events, field days, book fairs, festivals, art supplies, resources, equipment, science lab equipment, as well as other programs related to art masters, field trips, and the walkthroughs amongst countless, and they walk through countless other things to bring these programs to life for each student and each champion every single day. Quite simply, we could not operate our schools without the support and the volunteerism of the many honor society members and the board. They play a critical role in the everyday operations of our school, and they provide the foundation which builds strong relationships between our community as OPA and our families. I will now turn it over to the chancellors who want to come up to recognize their distinct honor society. So Adam, will you come forward? And you can do this.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you. Oh, same night, that's fantastic. What can I say? I'm going first because I have the best honor society. I know everybody else is going to say that, but truly, I've worked at many schools, and this is really the best parent-teacher organization I've ever had. Great leadership, always wanted to help out. They are an amazing group of people, of parents, and of stewards to the OPA name. So I'm going to start out with Tammy, our president. Next, we'll have Dell, our president-elect. Kristen Fox, our parliamentarian, also couldn't be here. Jennifer Miller, our finance. Our VP of Student Development could not be here. Aaron Razban, our VP. Our VP of Volunteers. Oh, but she's on Zoom. So thank you so much, Andrea, and for the rest of our board that is on Zoom. Big shout out to Garrett Bridges, who's holding down at SV with our live stream there. So once again, I couldn't do what I do. We couldn't be the school we are without them and for everything that they do for us, not just the fundraising, but just for the support and the communication to parents and really all of the great OPA things that we do. They help us really advertise that and relate out to parents. So they're a fantastic group. Thank you all so much. You're amazing. I love you all. Oh, and apparently Tammy's got something else to get.
I just have a quick little thing. I won't read anything really much, but I followed in some fun footsteps from last year, and so I was held accountable to create something for my team this year. So I did. So I'm just going to read one, and they all get their own individual limericks, and you can read them privately or with each other later. But I wrote one for us. It says, "We are Honor Society, the best PTO. We plan all the parties and make the fun flow. From book fairs to raffles, we're aces at hassles, and we lift up our champions, you know." So that's the main.
I'll free to steal that too.
You guys can read your own personals later and share them with each other. I write them all about each of you. Yeah. Thanks, and I didn't make you one, but I will. Don't worry.
Sweet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, why don't you have them? Yeah.
Wait, stay with the board.
Oh.
Next up, we have students. Yeah.
so I'd like to welcome up our South Orange County Honor Society. I do just want to recognize all the Honor Society volunteers from all 3 sites and all that you do. I'm also able to see, because I'm a parent of a child at the Saddleback Valley campus, I do see how actively involved the Honor Society is there. So I want to thank the Saddleback Valley Honor Society, as well as the wonderful South Orange County Honor Society that I get to work with on a daily basis. So first I want to welcome up our co-presidents. We have Tina and Netta. We have our co-vice presidents, Brandy and Melody. We have, I want to recognize our recording secretary, Jacqueline, who's not here tonight. Me, who is our Dean of Public Relations. Victoria, our parliamentarian. She's not here tonight. I do want to recognize our VP of Finance, Melinda. So I want to thank all of you for all that you do every single day for our students and also our staff. Thank you for always welcoming the new ideas that we come up with and supporting the ideas that either the administration comes up with or staff comes up with or students willing to support those ideas, help fundraise and make those things happen. Spreading the word whenever we need volunteers and assistance with setting up for performances or events or activities, because I truly believe, even though we have such a stellar academic program and teachers, that students really do remember. Their core memories have to do with the other events, activities, and the enrichments that they experienced on the school year. And I'm so grateful that we're able to bring that to our campus every year for our kiddos. And coming from another school district that was quite large at an elementary site, I was actually extremely disheartened to hear that their PTA actually dissolved before I came over to California. So I was so happy when I came to OPA and learned about Honor Society and all the parental involvement. And I was excited to experience it as a staff member and then also as a parent. So just want to thank you all for all that you do for our school. Yeah. Oh, and the Lego bag.
Bring the Lego.
The next president. And the board.
For the middle school, for this. We really saved the best for last. It's hard to go third because they steal all of my words, but I'm just gonna echo their sentiments that I could not have survived these past 2 years at middle school without the support of Honor Society. They were already moving and grooving and doing all the things to get the middle school going and have all the traditions roll up, but make them unique to the middle school before I even got there last year. They embraced me with open arms, and every time I turn around, someone's there asking what they can do to help. So I'd like to recognize the following. Carmen is here, Carmen Perez. She is my president. And
So thank you so much for being here. We also have Erin Rasband, who's on every committee I ever and Renee Snyder and Sarah Kajbach couldn't be here today, nor could Dana Brubaker. But Veronica Wong, our VP of Finance, come on up. We know how busy middle school is. We also had a massive, our first cross-country meet today, so we know everyone's so busy, but we are always recruiting and looking for all of you to join us as you matriculate up to the middle school. So again, thank you for being like my right hand, left hand, and all the hands, and all the things that you do every day. Couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much for all that. Oh, maybe, yeah, all right. How about I go? There you go. There you go. There you go. Next, we get the pleasure of honoring our school site councils. And you will find that some members are members of Honor Society and School Site Council. School Site Council plays an important role in the development and evaluation of OPA's educational goals, our objectives, how we aim to improve student achievement, and the funding that goes along with that. The councils are made up of parents, staff, administrators, and in some cases students, who may meet throughout the year and provide counsel in a forum to discuss the specific needs of OPA, the school site, and then also the organization at large that increases our high expectations and student achievement. We are thankful for our school site councils, and we would like to recognize them tonight for their ongoing support and contribution to the entire OPA community. And we have Mr. Wright to do as SC.
Once again, the amazing thing about going first is I get to say how great my organization is, and of course, we're the best. So I'm going to start with mine. I have Charuka here today, and then some other members that are at home. We have Sanjana and Prasha and Owen at home. Thank you for all that you do to help balance me out. When I come up with crazy ideas, I bounce them off them, and they let me know if I'm being crazy or not, and they're also able to come in and give me some great ideas that support the school. So once again, the best group in all of OPA, and I appreciate all of it.
For assistant.
We're both touching at the same time. So I want to recognize South Orange County's School Site Council. I'm so glad I got to start working with this team this year as we started to kind of navigate, going through our bylaws, getting to make updates, make some changes, plan a parent night out, helping review our comprehensive school safety plan. Definitely have some great ideas going into the next year. So I do appreciate everyone's feedback and ideas, and I really enjoyed working with all of you. So I'd like to call up and recognize, we have Tina. Personally, Kelly Fogarty and Petra. December, if you get another one.
Parent art masters, parent ambassador. That's us too. December, ready up the hub.
And Ms. Burdette for the middle school.
Great, thank you again for another amazing crew that really helps get our school running. Again, echoing Jackie, this is a team that gives us so much feedback, has helped us build our LCAP, given feedback on our school safety plan, especially at a new school site. So I'd like to welcome up Heidi Edmondson, one of our staff members on the team. We're not able to make it tonight. Erin Kolk, Vashali Rakesia, Nikita Thigarajan, who's one of our student representatives, Sharon Lorenzo Laxamana, Linda Weber, Marie Morales, and Lakshmi Vidshikar. So thank you all for being here tonight, and thank you all for
I have a very big pencil.
Pens and mugs.
All right, everybody together now.
I know.
Now I'm Michael.
Your crew is very fun.
Oh,
Yeah, I love it.
very nice.
Thank you.
And the last small recognition, and just to say a few words, I know that she's coming up later in the agenda, but since joining OPA, Ms. Burdette has done just a pivotal role at bringing the middle school into what it currently is, and just for that, just a round of applause for her. Career technical education to the campus along with web, and that's then for where everybody belongs. Just encouraging career days and student and staff development at the middle school and bringing that campus together. So I just want her to say a few words to thank the board for her nomination later on this evening. Thank you again this is such an honor just to be nominated for this position tonight. Ever since I got to OPA, the OPA family and community has just embraced me, and I've fallen in love. This is a place where people come together, parents are so involved, the students are so dedicated, the staff is incredible. So everything that the middle school has accomplished wasn't because of me, it's because of all the people that make it so wonderful, and all the people that make OPA in general such an amazing place to work. So I'm just very excited for this next hopeful step in my leadership adventure. I just know OPA has such a bright future, and I'm just very proud to be part of it. So thank you all.
Well, thank you all for coming.
We just want it on.
Turn it off. Handle that mic. The one.
Thank you all for your hard work and dedication, and I know you all want to head out, but thank you so much for being here tonight. We really appreciate everything you do at all the OPA schools. Thank you. Okay, all right. Next is items for presentation and discussion. Loan resolution, Oxford Preparatory Academy Middle School. Michael, our Chief Business Officer. I would actually like to make a motion to table this. I second the motion. Okay, with that being said, do we have any discussion? I would like to move to table this item. I think it's just a matter of some language cleanup. Yeah, I personally have some edits that I have to see on it. Okay. So there's a motion, second to table it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? Okay, so pass. Second, compensation and ongoing 2% salary increase for 2025-2026. Our Chief Business Officer.
Good evening. Shout out to the Honor Societies. You guys are foundational in student success and your children's success. So, yeah, so shout out to Honor Societies. Okay, so through this year, I know it was on the forefront of the board, as well as Dr. Fricker's mind on and trying to do something ongoing for our staff in terms of compensation. So I'm going to jump into in terms of salary increase, this is kind of the timeline.
And no attention to the news.
Now that you see the presentation now, the Wizard of Oz. Okay, so traditionally, any time we're going to determine salary increases for our staff, we always have to take into consideration the budget cycle timeline. Our fiscal year runs from July 1st to June 30th, so technically over 2 calendar years. We're very dependent on a couple things, one being enrollment, another thing being attendance, and the third being the state's fiscal health, right? In years where the state's fiscal health is good, it preserves the funding that's allocated through TK, 14 education, of which we can then look at our budgets and say, hey, like what can we afford, what falls within our fiscal footprint. As you guys are, as the board is aware, as well as hopefully the public is aware, in my presentations, we do have interim reports that are statutory in the state of California, one being in December of every year and the other being in March. At this time, we're always checking the pulse of our finances at all 3 schools. We are looking at our multi-year projection to ensure that our schools are able to meet their financial obligations in the current year as well as the 2 out years. We also take into consideration the budget cycle for the state, right? In January, we have the January governor's budget proposal. In May, they will come back and revise those numbers with the Department of Finance and the Legislative Analyst Office, and use those projections to look at the state's budget. If you guys had watched my second interim presentation, which was the last meeting, you will know we are projecting some significant surpluses at all 3 of our school sites, in which they are 3 separate delegates. So in order to achieve any type of salary increase, we need to ensure that all 3 of our school sites are fiscally solvent and they're able to meet, again, their financial obligations in the multi-year projection. We are proposing on the table a 2% salary increase for all classified, certificated, and part-time, full-time local employees, excluding the executive director. The cost of the 2% salary increase for fiscal year 25-26 would be about $90,000 for middle school. That includes salaries and statutory benefits, $109,000 at SB, and $120,000 at SOC. Again, I'm going to reiterate this 2% salary schedule increase is for all full-time and part-time certificated and classified open employees, excluding the executive director. This does not include any extracurricular activity stipends, which that is a separate salary schedule. We are increasing the substitute rate from $170 to $190. That is to be competitive with our surrounding public school districts. It's hard for us to get a sub if we're paying significantly lower than our neighboring districts. We're also making some changes to the extra duty pay increase. So certificated staff, if they're working on the weekend for like the for I forget there's something this weekend where staff are working overtime, we make sure to compensate them for those extra things that they're doing. So change that from $40 to $45. Upgrade or raising the overnight field trip stipend. So whenever we do things like the Catalina trip that's overnight, making sure that we can increase those overnight field trips for our staff. And again, whenever an OPA teacher covers another teacher during their cut period, we'll change that from $40 to $65. So this is our multi-year projection. It's a little bit hard to read from the screen, but essentially the highlights here is this current year we have significant surpluses. Next year at the middle school and SB, we will have some slight deficits. Although when we are in budget development for fiscal year 25-26, we're going to be taking a look at those deficits, and I think they're going to wash out at least for middle school. SB has a little bit of a bigger deficit that we'll have to address. SOC and all 3 years has a pretty substantial surplus. So moving forward, this is an action item for the board of directors to vote on. This would be effective July 1st, 2025 for fiscal year 25-26. Any questions?
Comment, question. Comment and question.
Sure.
The comment is, thank you to Dr. Fricker for all the work we've done to manage to find a way to close this increase in a fiscally responsible manner. So we need to be considered the whole organization and impact, longevity. This isn't a one-time commitment. So really grateful we found a way to do this. My question is language. Just so we have, I understand the intent of who this applies to, but I want to make sure our written language reflects that accurately. So on the slide I saw it said the increase to all full-time and part-time certificated is classified open employees excluding executive director. So then I don't see your position. So I understand that they're not considered usually, you're not classified, right?
I am classified.
Oh, I thought it was administrator.
I'm a classified employee.
Okay, because then in the other language in the action item, it says contracted certificated. So, and it doesn't match the
Yeah.
language, so whatever way it needs to be, I just want to make sure it's.
Yeah. I mean, I tell people to go for it.
You see in the action item,
Yeah.
it says contracted certificated and classified employees.
And there's a spreadsheet that says literally administrative that says all of their salary adjustments. So there's 3 spreadsheets that we have. One is our certificated, classified, and then third is administrative.
That's why I thought
Yeah.
classified was separate from administrative.
So even in being, you could be an assistant superintendent of business services or an assistant superintendent of ed services. You're technically still a classified employee or certificated.
Okay,
Does
so
that make sense?
it does, it just doesn't match up to the 3. Which
Yeah.
again, I think, I understand the
Yeah.
intent. I just want to make sure everyone who then
No.
goes and applies this.
That's a great point, because also how this thing.
I
how
want
this
you to get
affects-
what you're doing.
No, how this affects, so yeah, the language is airtight. What can happen later down the line is whenever somebody retires or what have you, CalSTRS and CalPERS, they'll say, hey, like, let me see the language on your salary schedule, and they'll like make sure all of it is alignment. And I certainly do not want to affect inadvertently anybody's CalSTRS or PERS pension, of which most people have worked in excess of 30, 55 years. So I'm okay to table it and we could adjust language, or we could.
And And I'm not even asking to table it, I just don't know if we want to add in, like, to make sure we're very clear, say administrator, classified, and certificated, just to make sure everyone's covered, or whatever other suggestion there might be.
Administrative certificate, that's like cover all, and they're all contracted, so we're contracted is the issue.
Okay.
So that will alleviate that point. So I think if you just amend the motion to put those three classifications and then exclusion of last position. So mine is the only. And so, those two things are excluded. And then action.
Thank you, this was really great presentation work. I know I can speak for myself, I'm very excited. that you're able to do this. Okay, next, C, the 2025-2026 health and welfare benefit renewal. You're still up.
Okay. Health, medical health or welfare benefits can be at granular levels, very detailed, but I'm gonna try to keep it at 2,000 feet in our explanations here. So every year, we have medical renewals, insurance renewals. We don't fall on a calendar year, we do fall on a fiscal year for our medical renewals. As you can recall, last year, we changed our broker, which ushered in better rates for our staff members. So first, I'm going to kind of take it as big picture and kind of dial in what we're looking at and what are the renewals looking like. Obviously, the marketplace trends are costs are going up. Costs are going up across the board. In some instances, like Kaiser, their nursing staff and their staff members go on strike. They fight for wage increases that get passed on to us as consumers or employees, right? So we're an employer. Other things that's been always talked about, and so from fiscal year or the calendar year 2020 to around 2022, electable surgeries and things of that nature weren't really happening due to COVID. The surge of everybody coming back and everybody doing just electable surgeries or what have you had pushed up the demand. The increases that we were seeing in medical premiums weren't really going up in those years, but we've seen a lasting boom in terms of increases year over year in the past. Okay, and this isn't just pertinent to Southern California; it's also pertinent to Northern California, where I had previously, right? So, as a high-level summary, 79% of our staff are female and utilize our medical plans. 21% are male. The participation rate is 69% for medical, 75% for dental, 67% for vision. One big thing I want to highlight here, the breakout between the two major health benefits or medical benefits that we provide is between Kaiser and Blue Shield. A big point that we have here is 31% of our employees waive coverage, right? So that means they're being covered by their spouse or they don't get coverage here, right? They cover California. I'll speak a little bit more on that point later on in the presentation, but it's a pretty significant number for us. Of total employees, we have 167 employees that are eligible for these benefits. Another thing is that budget adoption, we had about $1.6 million budget for health and benefits or medical benefits, and our projected actual is about $1.2 million. This is due to our hard cap being $12,000. Some of our plans fall underneath that $12,000 mark, medical, dental, and vision, so there's savings that we capture. So this is a straight line, what our total allowance would be for this next year. Something to highlight, we do offer accidental death and dismemberment coverage at no cost to our employees. Another thing to note here is we have a flat rate with our health and welfare broker. Dr. Lewis did an extraordinary job in ensuring that we have a flat rate. In other cases, some brokers also take a percentage of commissions, which drive up the cost of premium. So that's really great for keeping costs low, I should say. Current plans, we offer two plans within Kaiser, the traditional HMO plan. We have a high deductible plan. In Blue Shield, we have 4 different plans. We have a couple HMO plans, 2 PPO plans. Obviously, one of them being a high deductible plan. Dental, we have a high deductible HMO plan, or the HMO plan, a PPO plan, and a PPO plan. Then we have vision, again, basic life, accidental death, and disability. So in reviewing the cost structures and the plan structures of our insurance broker burden benefits, the increases are going to be, initially were pretty substantial. They did recommend to us some structural plan changes that under further review, I don't think the benefit of changing our plan structurally would be to the benefit of our employees. For example, we would see an 8.1% increase at the pollution of local assets HMO. The out-of-pocket maximums would more than double for individual, and more than double for family, right? Again, through the other plans you see here, in most cases, if we were to do some hard changes to the plan structure, I don't think they would be to benefit our employee. Imagine having family coverage, PPO, split deduction, and you have a catastrophic medical event. Your out-of-pocket maximums would be $10,500, which could be financially crippling, right? So moving forward, again with Kaiser, we could lower the increases, but at the cost of changing the structural plans themselves. For Kaiser, we would have a traditional HMO plan, which is essentially the gold standard in the state of California for coverage. In the HMO plan, we'll bringing that to a lower, below HMO plan. Again, that would increase the out-of-pocket maximums for both individuals and families. Similar thing with the health saving, the high deductible plan for Kaiser as well. So moving forward, these are the renewal recommendations for fiscal year 25-26. Initially, the renewal rates that came in for Kaiser were 18%, right? For the traditional HMO, for the high deductible plan, 18.8%. Traditionally, how it works with Kaiser, since they are a vertically integrated company, there's not a lot of negotiating that can happen with them. For our employee, as an employer with our size, it's hard for us to get the actual utilization data from them. So traditionally, in the negotiation process, we like to say, hey, these are the premiums that we're paying. Like, what is the loss ratio, or how much is being utilized? In some cases, our utilization is lower, or the amount of premiums that is collected is higher than the actual services that are paid out, which gives us leverage to negotiate down. In this case, it was very hard to negotiate, but I will say that Burn was able to get the increases down to from 18% to 7.3%, and from 18.8% to 8.4%. If you look at the Southern California market overview, most Kaiser Permanente changes are around 6%, because we are a smaller entity and not a big pool. We don't have as many lives to spread the risk, so that also affects those year-over-year increases. For Blue Shield, the initial increases were 14.9%, 12.9%, 14.9%, again 14.9%. There has been no change in that negotiated renewal. Unfortunately, we were able to get the utilization actuarial data from Blue Shield. We did have a 104% loss ratio. So for the amount of premium was collected, they paid out 104% more. So when we have an extreme loss ratio like that, we can expect the premiums to go up because they're going to turn costs, right? Dental, it went up 13.4% as in terms of total coverage package. Like if you were a single employee and you wanted to take local access HMO Blue Shield plan, and you're a single employee for dental vision, the hard cap would cover 100% of that. So vision as well as life, accidental death, and dismemberment also stay flat. But it is our recommendation to renew with Blue Shield and renew with Kaiser. strategic plan moving forward. A lot of this was borrowed from last year. We have great broker representation. Employer benefits will continue to fight on our behalf to lower those increases or mitigate those increases. The next thing is employee communication. I think in the first 10 months of my career here at OPA, I think moving forward, it's seeing how many employees we have broken out as being a single employee coverage as well as two-party or family, and really trying to check the temperature by way of surveys to say, hey, if you are waiving coverage, right? Why are you waiving coverage? Because you have better coverage for the spouse. If we're able to get those lives into our pool, that would make us more attractive to joint powers of authority. So there are bigger medical insurance pools that we can join that would help mitigate the risk of double-digit increases year over year for our employees. Because we are a quote unquote mid-market employer, so we have 167 total employees. We do have a lot of exposure to if there's a lot of claims paid out, so utilization, that could really tip the balance on the premiums going up, right? Because we don't have as many lives like as a numbers game, we're just more exposed in that regard, if that makes sense, right? So a lot of like where I came prior district I worked for in San Diego County, there's a joint powers of authority where every school district in the county was a part of it. So that by spreading the risk over many lives, it helps us in negotiating those year-over-year increases. Okay. So yeah, that's exploring other GPAs. We did have burden benefits reach out to KSKIP and another joint powers in regards to joining the pool. The big drawback they said was we have too many employees that are waived, and they want more diversity in like employee plus spouse, family. We tip more towards employee, and we have 31% of our employees waived. So they want to make sure that those, if we can convert those lives, that would make us more attractive to joining a bigger pool. That doesn't go without saying, if we join the pool, their premiums might already just be higher. So there's a lot to consider in that. But I do think we do want to find ways to, like I said, mitigate these double-digit increases, just because we don't have as many lives in our pool to spread the risk. Again, and carrier persistency. A broker's recommendation is if we jump between carriers every year just trying to find the best deal, carriers are going to look at us like, well, you guys were with us United Healthcare last year, or we're not going to take you for this. You're jumping around to find the best rate. So it was advised to us to stick with the carrier for a couple of years and then again go back into the marketplace next year. We have voluntary ancillary benefits, so short-term disability, accident, cancer insurance, critical illness insurance, whole life, term life, for those who are wanting to save additionally for as a deferred compensation. We have 403B investment plans, Roths, 457 plans, similar to a 401k if you work in the private sector. But we offer these two on top of CalPERS and CalSTARS. But in a nutshell, that's the 10,000. I would love to.
That would consider an aggregator.
Explain aggregator. Yeah. Yeah, which is essentially like a gene. That's we tried to join, or like at least entertain what it would be to join, but we got denied based on number two completely waived and lack of diversity. Now, in surveying our employees to say, hey, like, why do you not have coverage with us? I think it'll give us a better vantage point into like how we could try to move that around. Is it maybe, if you're a single employee and we're giving you a hard cap of $12,000, if we calculate it out and you're falling underneath $12,000, maybe we should shift some of that, make it a tiered hard cap system. So traditionally in other entities, for single it'd be $1 amount, two party would be another higher dollar amount, for family would be even higher. So those are all things that we're exploring. I do want to explore, like in most counties, so San Diego County Office of Education, Los Angeles County Office, Orange County, they usually have consortiums, joint powers authority, to where they spread risk like that. Because we are in Orange County, I'm trying to see if there's any way, in some cases, their bylaws allow outside organizations to join. So we could, have that benefit of spreading risk. But that would just really depend on the bylaws of that organization. Where I came from in my prior district, we did have, our bylaws did allow other outside agencies to get medical insurance within the pool. So I've got to reach out to my county and see if it's okay for us to at least check it out and see if there's a benefit to us joining. It could be that their premiums are, let's just say 20% higher off the jump, right? There's a lot of different things to factor in insurance. But I think my lens has always been, I don't like to sacrifice cutting the benefits to save a little bit. I know it sounds kind of counterintuitive, but yeah, you're just one catastrophic medical event. So now your out-of-pocket maximum is $12,000. We've got to try to protect our employees as best we can. I think by doing that, by looking at consortiums as well as looking at maybe doing a tiered system, or maybe just a hard increase on cap, we're not going to be still.
Just want to make sure our staff gets covered.
Mhm. Yeah. Sure.
All right, thank you very much. Number D, the reading screener and curriculum, Dr. Fricker.
Board meeting as well. So I'm going to go through the information that we have already discussed a little bit quicker, and then we're going to get into what we actually selected. So looking back at the last board meeting, we really talked about Senate Bill 114, and that is the need to have early detection for reading difficulty at those primary levels K1 and 2. And so all districts and LEAs that receive state federal funding in California are required to implement a reading screener. Just to recap, we started this process way back in February. We had vendor demonstration in March. We had board recommendation and selection now in April. This is what we're going to have tonight. In August, we're going to actually be doing the implementation of the screener that we are choosing or selecting. And then we will develop for the 25-26 school year the interventions for students who are actually picked up by the screener. So when we got that community, the committee together and looked at possible screening options that would be California state approved, the overwhelming response was called M-Class, and this is by Amplify. Amplify is also the vendor that provides our science curriculum. And so just to tell you a little bit about what M-Class does and what the benefits of the selection will give us. It has instructional alignment across all tiers, meaning that it will provide core intervention and personalized instruction for students to meet them where they are, where they're assessing at on the screener, and then start to build those skills up from the place where they are. So that individualized intervention is key, I think, into making some strong gains for those students who are having reading difficulty. It's also grounded in the science of reading.
making sure that the data that we get from the screener is trustworthy and that it will, we actually, when we did the demonstration or we did some pilot samples on students, we got permission from, and we actually paired that with other assessments like iReady, and M-Class paired very well or in alignment with the iReady data, which is another, it's an ELA screener that we do with our children 3 or 4 times a year. And so the same results we were getting on the M-Class screener, we were showing also to be comparative on the iReady screener. So we could validate that the test data was more reliable. It was a one-off assessment, but I mean, I think that we tried to prove that it was a reliable source before we would recommend a screener to you. It also is data-driven instructional recommendations to our staff. So based on the screener, identifying those areas that students have deficiency in, and then providing recommendations, the screener itself provides recommendations to staff as to how to intervene and help and assist students become better readers. Again, it's the data through the screening seems to be trustworthy and valid. We do want to have a data and assessment, develop a more sound data and assessment department here at the central office so that we can be collating that information and then providing reports to staff and to administrators so that we can chart progress of students. There are efficient 1-minute measures that measure phonological awareness, alphabetical principles and phonics, reading fluency, reading accuracy, and reading comprehension, and those are the 4 components of the program. It also offers progress monitoring and goal setting. Both of those things, progress monitoring for the intervention professors and also for the general professors to monitor kids where they are and to see if they're progressing towards goals or if they're not. If they're not, then we can go through the SST route and then possibly go to an assessment and try to intervene with those children earlier on. And then we have data reports that will show either segmented or full year reports, which we will be bringing back to the board once we implement the screener and we do have results from the screener. It does have early detection for dyslexia symptoms or symptomology. This is not, we changed the language to reflect a reading assessment instead of a dyslexia assessment. Dyslexia would be a diagnosis and we are not diagnosticians. So we're really screening for any reading difficulty. It could be related to dyslexia, but then again, it could not. So we want to make sure that we have a wide net and catch as many students who are having reading deficiency of some sort so that we can intervene early and often. And this is really based on, M-Class is based on the DeVos 8th edition, and that is a sound scientific based research program that has been proven to help students assess where they are in reading and then provide a pathway to better reading fluency and reading skill. DeVos is something that OPA has used in the past, so it aligned very, very nicely with our past instructional strategies. It also has differentiated instruction, which means that it will help students and our intervention specialists assist and aid with students in the classroom during that set aside group time that our professors utilize, and that will provide a tier 1 instruction. We will be coming back. I'm going to fast forward just a little bit. We will be coming back with our overall intervention plan. I'm going to give you the preview of what that intervention plan will look like and what it will cover. We've begun to, now that we have identified the screener, we are identifying now next the curriculum for tier 2 level intervention, and that would be pull-out support. And we will be building out this intervention plan a little bit more robustly as we go forward. But we will be identifying the testing windows, we'll be identifying alternative processes and practices, and then communication strategies for parents. Obviously, all of the students in K1 and 2 will be assessed, so we want to make effective communication to our families, creating understanding of what it is and what it isn't, what it will do, what it will not do, and how it could benefit students and not harm students. we want to reassure our families. And then whatever professional development we would need to put in would begin at the week of welcome, and then use the 2 professional development days that we have throughout the year. And then we will also have a data management component that we will need to build out, so that when the professors have professional learning community time on Fridays, that they are used effectively to intervene with students that they serve in their classrooms. And finally, the next thing that is on our radar, like I said, the screener and the small group time is tier 1 intervention. Now, building up that tiered intervention MTSS program, tier 2 would be pull-out services, and so we're looking at a curriculum with Fort Gillingham. Again, it is a program that OPA has used in the past, and we will be looking at that more robustly to build out our tier 2 level of intervention. Tier 3, which is the top level of intervention, again, that would be like an assessment for special education or a 504 plan, something much more robust and direct for those students who need that top level, which only should be about 10% of the population. We do not understand fully how many students are going to be caught or flagged by the assessment, but we do want to make sure that we can intervene on all 3 tiers of that intervention framework that we need to develop, and we will be developing that prior to the start. We will be completing that prior to the start of the 25-26 fiscal year and school year. So with that, do you have any questions?
All right, well, you can just move on to the board policy programs and start there. Yes, exactly.
It's gonna be a whirlwind, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna do well. We're gonna go on to something that we talked to the governance committee about, and that is utilizing the gamut system for our board, housing all of our board policies and the management of those board policies. Gamut is a multi-dimensional system. We do use it for the board agenda, board meeting minutes, and to prepare all of the information that you have here tonight. So it does service documents, it holds and reserves documents, it provides meeting agendas, things that we use here tonight, and then also policies, which we haven't used in the past in communication, that include calendar system that the board would have access to. So what we have proposed is that we use the gamut framework, the software system, to house all of our board policies, and that we use it as that communication tool. We do want transparency, and we do want to make sure that all of our board policies are up to date with legislative action, and that they are really the rules and the what that the board is adopting, that we, the organization, need to be doing. And then from those board policies, once adopted, we outline the administrative regulations, which tells us how all of the step-by-step processes to how to have that done. So this, we have identified in the fall that this was an area that needed adjustment and that needed attention. I have used the gamut board policy program before. The nice thing about that is that it helps you manage your board policies, your administrative regulations, all of your procedures and practices and exhibits. Exhibits is really the forms that we would use to bring those board policies to life. And in some, not all board policies have forms associated with it. But for example, like a complaint form would be an exhibit attached to the complaint board policy, so that it's all housed in one location and that everyone knows how to use it and where everything is stored. It also has access. It's located as a browser right on your website. Board policies technically should be 1 click away from your main page. And so this would be housed as a browser on the main page. You would click it and you would go right into the organized board policies, which are organized by 1,000 code. So 1,000 is like board governance, for example, 3,000 is finance. And I've kind of broken that out a little bit later in the presentation, but they're nicely organized and everything is housed together, and it's 1 click away off of your home page, so it's easy to access from for anybody. You don't have to have a login code or anything like that to access them. The next, I'm just going to go to the board policies and administrative regulations. So once the board sets policy, all of the what that we do, then we as administration take those board policies
And we have to have a way from infiltrating them out through the entirety of the organization, which is just as important as you adopting the policy and telling us for what to do. So we take the board policy, we create and amend the board administrative regulations that tells us step by step how to do that. And like I said before, the exhibits are there. On the bottom right-hand corner, you would see that the zeros are philosophy, goals, and objectives. The 1000s are community relations, 2000s is administration, 3000 business and operations. That's your fiscal. 4000s is personnel. 5,000 are pertaining to student, that would be your student services. 6,000s are the academic office and instruction. 7,000 has to do with facilities, and 9,000s deal with like bylaws or other governance structures. So by organizing the board policies this way, we can make sure that they are all up to date. And in some of these cases, we are a charter school, so we are not subject to all of the board policies authorized by the state of California. But there are 60 mandated policies that we do have to put in place. We do not have all of those, so our first priority bringing to the board would be the policies that we don't have in those 60 mandated policies and shoring that up. The other area that we are looking at updating board policy would be in the area of human resources and making sure that we have all of the board policies that would be applicable to anything that deals with complaints, harassment, Title IX, all of those other things that go under those governance structures. And we also have talked about updating our fiscal policy. So over the course of time, work with the governance committee, and we will denote how many board policies will be coming forward to the board each board meeting. It will take us a little bit of time, probably a year and a half, to bring everything up to date. So this is a very long and big process, and so I do appreciate ahead of time. I thank you in advance for all of the work that you as a board will be doing to help us complete this rather large task. But the best thing that I think about the gamut system is that it gives us quarterly spreadsheets. So any legislative action, assembly bill, senate bill, education code change will automatically come on a quarterly spreadsheet to us as indicating that these are the board policies that have changed in some way that we need to bring forward on an ongoing basis. They have been legally reviewed by the California School Boards Association, CSBA. So they have legal review to them already. We as an organization do not have to expend additional dollars to do that. And then the cadence of adopting board policy should really come in 2 sequential board meetings. One would be, the first meeting would be just for the first read, and that would, you would see the existing board policy and any changes that we would have made to that. You could weigh in and give us direction to change additional language. These by no means come to you fully vetted, because we do want to have that feedback loop allowance for you, the board, and for the community. And so but having it come at 2 consecutive meetings, the first meeting is just that edited version. We wait another month to the next board meeting, community members can weigh in, and then the second read, we make all of the changes in the interim, we do another presentation, and the second board meeting would be the approval of the final adopted policy. If it had to go to a 3rd meeting, because there was still a review needed, we can do that as well. So it's a very flexible system. And that way you know that the board policies are not only updated by the state, but are also reflective of local language or OPA language to make sure that that is in there as well. So we do have one board policy on the as a sample tonight for the board to consider. This is the board policy we do not have. It's regard to TK enrollment. It's the TK policy. We should have had this. We do not. So we are catching up right now by adopting this policy tonight. And I just wanted to let you see it for an example. There's going to be blue CSBA language for the board, and that really describes what is being changed and why, and that's coming right from CSBA and that legal advisor that screens the policies. And then anything in the black and white language that would need to be changed or updated, you'll see that reflected as well. And then you'll also see the final version of the way it would look when the policy is done and ready for upload. So it's a sample policy. We should have had it already. It's very, it's not a policy that takes a lot of tweaks or changes. So it's a very nice one for you to see both the edited version and the final version.
And the board will be voting on the final version of that policy this evening, just so we have that. We are in enrollment and the conclusion of that lottery cycle, so we want to have this policy has specific ratio guidelines that we have to adhere to at the start of the 25-26 school year. So this is a critical policy for that enrollment process. So we thought it would be a nice policy to start off with. If there's any questions, comments, and concerns, please let me know. We can tweak and change the system at any time to the board's will. So this is kind of the way we have envisioned rolling it out. And of course, we will use the committees to review the board policies in their own area, like fiscal will review fiscal, academics will review academics, governance will review governance, and so eventually we'll get caught up. So with that, that is the end of that.
Any questions?
Two quick questions.
Yes.
I heard you say the templates that come from Gamut have the CSBA legal review already incorporated in the template. But are we still gonna include our OPA legal review, especially as it pertains to making sure language is consistent with requirements of the charters? Or,
So if there's anything that needs our additional legal review, maybe you want local language in there. Or maybe you want to strike language from a board policy. So anytime there's something like that, we can always send it through our legal review to make sure that we can either strike it, or they can say, no, you can't. And or they will frame the local language that you want to put in. So we can always run it through our own legal review. Not all policies probably will need that, but definitely the ones that would, in those committees, we can always you can decide as a board which ones would want to go through further legal review or not.
I think it'll be helpful to establish kind of that expectation, because before we were always relying on, oh, did this have on a legal review? And I understand we can minimize that now because it's already being received with some level. But also I see circumstances when we don't want to lose that.
Yeah.
So
I'll just draw guidelines.
perfect. And then the second question was around ensuring, when you talk about implementation, right? That all handbooks in this process are updated as policies are updated. So including like student parent handbook, employee handbook, because oftentimes that's where discrepancies end up popping up, right, between policy and those handbooks that people refer to on a day-to-day.
Right.
And then causes problems.
Absolutely. So we can ensure that too. So just as we develop those administrative regulations and push those out through our leadership team to make sure that all of our leadership knows how to bring the policy to life, we will also capture that for charters, documents, handbooks, whatever else needs to update as well.
There's like a
And we'll
checklist
catch it
of
annually.
ensure all these things are updated.
If we update the board policy say in July, it may not get updated until May when we do the updated handbook, but it will get caught within that annual cycle. Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then I had one other question. I also think it's important, especially as this project is taken on, that the board is actually given time to review the policies. So I'd like to make sure that as we're looking at the board reviewing policies, that they're given at least, 2 to 3 days, 4 days, 5 days prior to a board meeting to actually have time to review all the documents that are being provided. So that to me is going to be pretty important.
Especially if the quantity, there's going to be a quantity of things, so I think.
Yeah, but even we should not be getting our policies today when we have board meeting today. So it doesn't give us time to review.
Can I add on a request, when we do get them to review, if it could also signal who's already reviewed them? That would be helpful too, like if it already went to finance or whatever, so we're not just assuming that it's new. Awesome.
All right, any other questions? No, okay. Elevation education data, thank you. Elevation education data support for EL services. Yes, you wanna?
So I'm excited. I'm always excited about my job, One of the, this has come to my attention. This is a platform that kind of comprehensive platform for English language development management. And a couple years ago, I caught wind of this and I've gone to several OSPE meetings, and they keep bringing it up. So districts that are using it are talking it up. Dr. Fricker's used it, and actually, Michael Laura has used it in his previous district as well. So it's great. So what I like about this, and what I think is important for our schools, is the fact that we do have schools. We have 3 of them. You know, since I've been here, we've expanded, and we have many multilingual learners, identified and unidentified. So this is a platform that supports students that are multilingual learners. And the first one it's a proposal to adopt this platform for kids support always. And by doing that, we enable the teachers with direct access to student information. So I do this, but it's not always right at the ready for teachers. So then it's delayed a little bit for kids. So what we want is something where data is at their fingertips, strategies are at their fingertips. They are able to quickly create groups, and that's something that we've really put in place over the past couple of years, are the small group times in the elementary schools, and we're working on it in middle schools, and I've seen it actually happening recently. And so this gives us, at a district level, lots of information. Do you guys need? Sorry. That's okay. So, one thing that I like is that the data is all in one place. It actually also talks to other platforms. So Aries, iReady, and with Aries comes CAS data too. So what we can have is a real-time look at our students. So, when I'm reclassifying, we are reclassifying students. I always look at like the position, not really the person. So I'm going to just, even though it is my fabulous position, we want to think about this as like a district platform. So we can really see where these students are. So our goal is always to help students understand the English language and incorporate that into their learning. And then when they satisfy that requirement, they pass the LPAC test and they test out of our program, we're still monitoring them for 4 years. So this program especially keeps an eye on those students. So I don't necessarily, I have a huge list of students that are RFED, they're reclassified. And this just gives me real time. In a second, I can pull all the information that are on like 16 different spreadsheets that I have. So it's really nice. I also really love the fact that it gives us real-time strategies and lessons. Not necessarily lessons, but instructional strategies that teachers can use, because they already have the lessons, but it might say, use a pictorial input for this lesson. And then thirdly, like for instance, just third one is the district aligns with our district goals. This year the CDE started something called the OPA, which is a form that they want us to use that incorporates how we interact with families and teachers and staff to help students move forward. So we've always done this, but they gave us a form. And so I started using that right away, just practicing. They gave us kind of a year to try it out. So I thought, sure, let's try it. So, I've been meeting with families. I love meeting with families and keeping track of students' progress and that kind of thing. Well, this program pulls that OPTEL form and keeps it for us. So, it just takes it out of Google, really puts it in this program platform. So I'm really excited about it. There's a parent-school connection. It helps me make forms. It helps me keep, not me, us, letters and communication with families in a synced area, which is really nice. And it's a pretty user-friendly platform. So I think I was thinking teachers too, have 20 different things going on at one time, plus somebody's sick or whatever. So it's something that they can access and use, and it's not cumbersome. So we are really focused on our intervention program, just the littles with the K-2, getting that reading difficulty screener going. So we have just a lot of things going on. I think this is a nice addition in the sense of having this platform being real time. So, any questions? Oh, I'm sorry.
Will teachers be provided a PD day or training during the week of wild PBS at school? What is the expectation that we'll actually be looking at this on a regular basis? It's not helpful if we're not looking. We want to be as helpful as we can.
I would build that expectation. I already have expectations. We already have expectations for them as teachers of students who are multilingual learners, just as we do for many other students that have any special need. But I think this, providing this and showing them how easy this is to incorporate into their day, I'll turn it into a game. Make it something where, we're interacting. So that's a great point. I love that.
And I think it automates so many things about this day that does things for her. So even the letters that she writes out specifically geared towards each student, and you put a lot of time into that, this will produce a letter that she can edit, plus it inserts the graphs and charts of their progress to send out to families. And so she can still make it personalized, but it has so much more information that it was take her hours and hours and hours to do for every single student. So the product that we can get out to families is, I think, enhanced by just the automation of the system, and it will then free up her time to work more one-on-one with students, because a lot of times students don't reclassify because of the break or something else. And if you could have more of your time interacting with that staff member to do the instructional strategies, I think effectiveness would increase all the way around.
It looks like a great tool for our staff. Field time information for
Right.
And we'll route that through that data if we're trying to develop that department of data assessment. And so this would then house underneath that. So we have it a one-stop shop of getting data in, data out.
This isn't actually on the agenda for approval tonight, correct? This is for just our consideration, and then next meeting.
Yeah, fun for you to think about.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to verify, okay, all right, perfect.
And then if you do have questions in between, please we'll ask, and then we'll get information. And it would come up on the May meeting for consideration for approval.
All right, thank you. All right. Dr. Fricker, iReady math curriculum update.
Okay, so the iReady math curriculum update is actually super simple, and I hope you enjoy, and it's an easy one to approve, because you're really not approving any fiscal. I love to stay within my fiscal footprint, meaning what we already spend, that's what we stay in, and we don't want to spend outside of that. So Mr. Laurel likes that as well. We do already have our current elementary iReady math curriculum. The curriculum that was purchased, you see on the screen, it says California. The current math curriculum that has been purchased in our current adoption, which is one more year, we have one more year on our adoption, is based on the national standard. The California standards have a couple more standards embedded in them, but our current curriculum does not have. And so what our proposal is, and in working with iReady, we're reviewing all of our contracts, we're reviewing all of the components that come through the fiscal office to make sure that we're prudent on those expenditures. It just came out that iReady has a California standard version. And so in working with our vendors at iReady, we are proposing, and we have brought a small committee together of teachers from SOC and from SV, along with the chancellors, to look at the difference between the current national standard iReady version and the California standard iReady version. And so the committee overwhelmingly chose to move forward to the California standard. So what does that get us? It gets us the same math curriculum. We get the textbooks, we get all of the consumable materials, and we get all of the digital materials. It just converts from the national standard materials to the California standard materials. This is the range, and you see just the pictures, all reflective of California. The history of California is reflected in the curriculum, as well as different component parts that the word problems are geared towards California places or things to do. So it adds not only standards, but it also adds an engagement factor for students here in the great state of California. So all of the practice work, all of the materials would get exchanged from the national standard material to the California standard material at $0. It's not my negotiating skills, thank you, Mr. Laurel. And so the adequate time to build, the big ideas curriculum is really based on exploring sessions, developing sessions, the third day and fourth day of developing sessions, and then the fifth day is refining sessions. And so that's how all of their curriculum is based. The California Standards edition still abides by the same adoption criteria that you had 5 years ago when you did adopt the materials originally. The curriculum is also based on the concepts of try it, discuss it, and connect it. So these are concepts that our teachers are already familiar with. But the even better news, other than the $0 news, is that we actually get all of the new materials, 3 days of training on the materials for free. So we had training days already assigned to the original adoption, and we've not used them. So we are going to be implementing, the teachers also, when we had the small committee forum, we wanted to make sure, is this like a one-time thing, and then next year at the end of the cycle of the adoption, are we going to want to stay with iReady Math, or are we going to want to explore something new? So they overwhelmingly said we would want to stay with iReady Math. So we probably will go into a readoption of the same curriculum, and then we will get price points breaks for staying with the same adoption, rather than re-adopting a brand new curriculum. So there's savings there ongoing. But more importantly, you get to use those 3 days, and we're going to start with the week of welcome and implement 1 day for the elementary iReady Math, transitioning to the new standards, and then we'll see that again either the November or the February professional development day, and or the following year, the week of welcome. We have not really built out the annual payment plan in full yet. We will bring it to the board later on. But you'll see those 3 days surface so that our teachers are continually trained as math is going to be a focus area for 25-26. So $0, 3 days of training, and we're converting to the full California standards. Question?
Student handbooks, SB, SOC, and middle school.
Yes, so the student handbooks this year, not last year, are coming to you early. And so they're just for the board's preview right now. And the board can take a look at the already semi-edited versions of the handbooks. Last year, the handbooks did not come to the board until the last meeting in June, which was way too late. Because we do need to order them and send them to the print shop in time for them to be delivered at the start of the school year. So we readjusted that time frame. We're bringing these handbooks to you early. They have been reviewed by the chancellors already. They've been reviewed by central office. Now each one of us are looking for different things. Like I would be looking for policy implementation, making sure the policy is up to date. The chancellors are looking for like anything that's relative to the school site that I would not say be aware of. So each one of us had our own lens at looking at them. We do want to get them to the board. It's not for approval right now. It's just for your preview, so that you have plenty of time to give us any guidance and direction that needs to be had to make the handbooks complete. We are hoping to have the handbook sent to the printer
by no later than the first board meeting in June. So we have until the first board meeting of June to complete them. Afterwards, we will be sending them to the print shop so that they get to us in time for the start of school.
So you just want feedback from
I
us?
just want your feedback.
Okay, either now or.
Yeah,
like
be as
email.
critical as you want,
Okay.
and just, make sure that we want to make sure that they have the best product going forward to the print shop.
Majors was taken out of middle school handbook, is that because we don't do it at middle school anymore?
We morphed majors into our career day focus, so actually focusing on the term majors, that's how it morphed last year. So the career day, the college visit is part of the majors.
Thank you.
If there are any other questions like that, then I'll pass it to the appropriate person to get it back to the board, but I'll send it back to all of you so that you all have answers.
Thank you. All right, yes.
I know, that's good.
Yes.
Okay, so, under some gracious advisement, from the board, thank you so much, Dr. Smith. We are bringing this back, it's just a very short, presentation to revise our timeline. This is not for approval, it is just for your consideration. As we want to, complete the WASP process for the preschool sites. It is in the LTAP and it is in my goals that I have to embody. And so just to recap, all of the wonderful things of WASP for students, families, it's peer reviewed and make sure that we have continuous improvement cycle. And within the continuous improvement cycle, there's just one other thing to consider. WASP is really on a 5 to possibly 6 year time frame. My suggestion would be for us not to only build out a system where we review our school sites, but we also would like to build out a system where we periodically, maybe perhaps every 5 years, review our own departments. So I know that we have audits in some of the parts of the central office, but it would not be, I think it would behoove us to have some other agency every 5 years take a look at, say, our technology department or our facilities. Or our academic areas, maybe student services, HR, fiscal we already do annually, but that's not, this is a great, I think it's a great model to make sure that we have that cycle of improvement and we have that cycle where we do a deep dive at looking at everything we do to make sure that we improve the things that we are doing and find gaps or areas that we're not quite addressing across the whole. So WASP is kind of like a platform, if you will, to create that cycle. So just something for the board to consider. So here would be the revised timeline that we are thinking. There are going to be some significant changes in terms of perhaps later on in the board, school site administration, if the board approves the CAO position. So with that in mind, we don't want to overwhelm our school sites and we want to make sure that everybody is adequately supported and adequately prepared. So thank you so much for giving us that allowance to amend the timeline. We would really be looking at the 25-26 school year as just a preparation year. We do want to assign a WASP chairman. We do want to have time to make sure that we apportion board of stipend that goes along with that. That will take time to do by the start of the next school year. Again, I mentioned before, with a lot of the things that are coming down in terms of state reporting and also programs that house data, we do want to develop a data and accountability department here at the central office and make that more of a focus so that our professional learning groups and teams, our professors are adequately supported with data that will inform their instruction. And so we do need a system to do that, not necessarily an automated system, but we do want to make that a focus for the central office so that we are giving people information in a timely way to inform their instruction and perhaps enhance student outcomes. We do need, in the spring of 2026, we want to submit that WASP application. That would be a good enough time. That will open up the window for us to see the template of how to write that self-study document. And before that, in order to write that, we would have to get staff trained. So we would take this year to really prepare and support the staff into going through such a process. But then we would go into the 26-27 school year, and that could be that initial WASP year. where in the fall, we do, that's where that stipend comes in for that WASC chairperson to help the writing, compile the writing. There's several different areas across the campus that you have to write what we currently do in our current practices, and we have to compile that self-study document, which is it's a good undertaking. We already have the time on the Fridays reserved for that. We would build that into our calendar so that we would then use those as writing days. We have to compile it, write it down into get it into one uniform voice in order to submit the self-study document. So that would take place during the fall of 2026. And then in the spring, we would be scheduling perhaps in May, the actual school site visits where the school comes and validates everything that we wrote in the self-study document. And so by the end of the 26-27 school year, we would have written the document and then have gone through the actual initial visit. And then we would, from that point, we would develop a WASC plan for the in-between years. So once you become accredited, every 3 to 6 years, you would be subject for additional accreditation, depending on how long your term is. We don't get to determine the term, they do. But in between, we want to make sure that we keep compiling data, we keep current on things, and we are not like in a race in the 5th year before we have a 6-year revisit to make sure that we do an accurate self-study. So we want to make sure that we keep up on it in between. We would be developing that plan overall, but we would be stretching it out. Not initially, we were going to try to have a visit next year, but if the board will, is that we can push that out a year and have a preparation year, I think that we would feel comfortable, and that would be a more suitable recommendation. The last part is just the budget. The budget didn't change all of that much, except that the stipend amount, we did signify that it's for each school site. And so depending on in the writing year, we did up that a little bit at the board suggestion. So those are the only changes we made there, taking in your feedback. And then if that is suitable, we just need direction from the board. If they want any changes, any additional, we can always come back at another board meeting. And just have it or questions or comments.
I just want to say thank you because I know we individually discussed and follow up to the last presentation around priorities for the organization over the next year. And so I sense some urgency because it's in your job description, because it's an LCAP that needs to go ahead this coming year. But I'm individually comfortable with the timeline of pausing, getting prepared this coming academic year, and then applying in the following year. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
I would just like to see the academic committee be involved in this process. And to me, that's kind of the area that should be helping with this as it continues to develop. But I, like Amy, agree with having a longer runway just to make sure it's easier in the long run to meet all the needs of the school as well as do this huge undertaking.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, next part, community input. Members of the public may comment on items listed on agenda or non-agendized items. A speaker may not relinquish your time to another person. Are there any comments on agendized or non-agendized items? Okay, perfect. Items for action. Item A, I'm actually going to table this as well because I guess I need to make a motion to table it as well. So I will make a motion to table action item A. May I have a second? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Noes. Okay. So passes to be tabled for today. Action item B. Compensation and ongoing salary increase for 2025-2026. Compensation for the 2025-2026 school year shall be as follows. A 2% increase to current OPA salary schedules. The salary schedule increase shall be issued to all contracted and should we amend it now? Well, let me read it now. Contracted, certified, and classified employees of the organization employed as of July 1st, 2025, excluding the executive director position. This is an ongoing salary increase which will be effective for the fiscal year 2025-2026 payroll. Stipends are not included in the decrease. And it is recommended that the board approve action item B. May I please have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve action item B with the amendment in the second sentence surgery shall be issued to all contracted administrators, certificated, and classified employees.
Any additional discussion for this? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? Okay, so passes. C, extending line of credit for Commerce West. OPA Middle School currently has an outstanding loan balance of $600K that is maturing on June 30th, 2025. Extending the maturity date to June 30th, 2030 will allow OPA Middle School to establish a 4% fund balance, which is a minimum reserve requirement for the economic concerns. It is recommended the Board of Directors approve action on C. May I please have a motion? Second. Yes.
This did already go through and was discussed in finance.
Perfect. Any other comments, suggestions?
So what, with financial impact North NA, there's no like impact in terms of the interest we're paying to extend.
Yes. So currently, in communications with, Commerce Bank, it should be staying at 2%. We currently, presently, we pay interest every month, although wrapping down principal. We've already budgeted the continual paying down of, interest. So it wouldn't be additional cost, it's already factored into our budget. And our welfare.
So the overall total interest stays the same.
Yeah. It's just
Yeah,
that now
or
instead of
longer.
maturity date being June 30th, it'll be extended.
So the,
They gave it to us at.
yeah, I don't get, the total interest won't increase.
So,
Yeah, sorry. I think we already had in our budget to make sure that we made the interest payment regardless, and so that was in our budget assumptions. So I guess we can come back and tell you the total amount of interest over the extended
Yeah,
period
No,
of time.
I think the question we all have is that generally speaking, the peak we got at 2% however many years ago, is obviously the entry rate requirements changed. Expressive shock.
so this, so to clarify, so for your information, so it's public, this, revolving, commercial revolving credit line of credit is secured by funds that we have in. It's a substantial amount of money that's secured by, it, which is how we are able to accomplish that interest rate. That makes sense.
But we're paying more. I mean, because if it's done this year, we would not have.
Technically,
anything
your,
back.
obviously your interest, full interest paid in this year would be a lower over.
That's what I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, over the, yeah.
Now that's cooked into our multi projections, so I mean, if you want me to pull back and say, hey, over the term, we're paying this much more interest, I think that would be that.
I just would have preferred, instead of it saying NA, we would have seen the difference with extending and how much more interest we're gonna be paying after we just paid it off now. That's,
Sure.
but you said finance committee reviewed it and we.
Any additional questions?
Is there anything that would prevent us? Is there anything that would prevent us from prepaying?
Oh, no.
Penalty.
That's a great question. So we could technically pay more on principal. I think in my multi-year projections and trying to state the our fiscal footprint, we don't want to overextend ourselves. Now at second interim, we did have from the difference from first interim to second interim, we did have a substantial increase in overall projected surplus. Taking into consideration how we're ending up the year, I think it's going to be a little bit better than what we're projecting at second interim. Now, with that, we can do a couple of things. We could make a big block payment down on principal. Utilize that any fund balance, since it will be in excess of the 4% minimum reserve for economic uncertainties. There's a lot of different ways to utilize that fund balance, so I think that be closer to the end of the fiscal year. We did talk more about if you would like us to be on more than principal or allocate those resources elsewhere.
I just want to make sure that those terms accommodate for that option, which.
Yeah.
And that would be the goal, would be to get it done as quickly as you could, but as briefly as you could.
Okay, all right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, any noes? Okay, so passes. D, the 405 special education procedures documents. The 405 special education procedures are updated every 3 years to document OPA's current practices affiliated with special education and for 504 programs. Is there any? Oh, sorry. May I please have a motion? May I please have a second? Any discussion?
This is a document we presented at the last board meeting, and it's just now.
All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Okay. Board policy 617. Oh, sorry. Sorry. There no certain extensions. Okay. Hearing none, so pass. Okay. Board policy 6170.1 transitional kindergarten. It is recommended that the board directors approve action item E. May I please have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve item E.
Do I have a second? Any questions or discussion around this?
I have a couple of questions. Sorry, I had some glorious, I cross longer. Page 3, it notes that the board sets the TK length of school day. And I don't believe we currently have a policy setting that, so is this triggering the need to create another policy, and so is that noted?
It doesn't trigger the need to have another policy. We do set the length of the school day in our school calendars.
Okay.
And that's where it's set.
Okay.
And the board does approve that.
All right, perfect. And then,
Annually.
I just want to make sure we're covered. Yeah. Okay. On page 5, talks about parents not needing to sign a continuance form for moving from TK to kindergarten, which I don't have any issue with. However, I do know we have our intent to return forms. I don't want that language to confuse and conflict with our need to get those intent to return forms done. So do we need to update some clarifying local language there?
You could add local language for the distinction. And I think that in terms of parents, like we do in the fall, have a Prop 39 continuance form, and then we also have a potential return form. So we do have 2 points in time where we communicate pretty effectively to our families. We could like maybe make that more clear, especially when we hit the lottery that your kids will the TKers will automatically transition and make that more clear there.
So you know, I'm always playing for worst case scenario.
Yes.
Let's say a parent by accident or whatever the case may be does not fill out those forms, right? So their child does not get enrolled in kindergarten, or moving from TK to kindergarten.
Right.
Okay. They say, oh no, we didn't want it, and we say, we didn't do these forms, and they come back to the policy and say, well, this policy says we don't need to do a form.
Well.
And I get they're different forms, but
I will, but a continuance form, so for example, like the continuance form that comes on the exhibit of the board policy is really if I want to revert back or I want to continue back into, so if I'm in kindergarten and I want to revert back into kindergarten, that's really what the form is referring to. So I think if you can define that pretty easily for families, I understand what you're saying though, in terms of, we don't want someone to automatically assume that they get it if they don't have to go through the lottery process, because that's in our charter. And so with the lottery process, we thought of even the elementary to middle school transition, that we call families, any family who does not, well, they don't have to go through the lottery process to go from TK. They automatically slide forward.
Right, but they still have to do their intent to enroll forms.
But they do have to do
It
their
doesn't say, it doesn't say that in here.
and this is about moving from
Yeah.
TK to kindergarten,
Yes.
not repeating what's the language in here.
But it just means that it automatically slides from TK to K. There is what I'm saying, there is a form if you want to retain. if there's parents who want to retain, which would be the exhibit. But they would automatically slide in the lobby, they wouldn't have to go out, they do have to do their attention to return. And we, this year have had our registrars and our office staff call families to make sure that we get all of those intent returns. We make several different communications via email and then we migrate to phone call to make sure that we get those intent returns.
So you're saying based on our practices, there could be no slipping through the cracks and anyone challenging this policy?
I would recommend I would recommend that we add in here language that for our TK kids, that they do need to still fill out an intent to enroll form, just to be in compliance with all of our other OPA policies. To me, that's part of it. And then the other question is that what do you do if they're trying to repeat? If they want to repeat TK, would they have to then do this form?
No.
What form would they then do?
So if they would go through the system process.
Oh, okay. Does that answer your question?
I'm not sure.
And with below, with such effect below with the policy, you would need India. That's
All I know is this policy is saying that somebody enrolled in TK does not need to fill out a continuance form to then get enrolled in kindergarten. But that's not our policy with the charter, and we only move people up, right, if they go through all of.
And we always reserve spots for that.
I know.
I mean, they would always get in. And really there was situations they wouldn't, but
They still have to do their intent to enroll. If they don't do their intent to enroll, they don't get in.
I'm not accepted. It's not like they wouldn't get in anyway. They would be able to slide.
Well, could I just propose that, like, we approve this, but with, just
We
a
can
clarifying.
add the language that says they, so in that same sentence, we will add that they complete the intention.
Any additional questions? Okay, I want to make sure there's no other questions first. I did also have a question. At one point, it talks about 20 up to 24 kids, but then at another point, it talks about the 10-to-1 ratio. It says on page 2 of the final version, it says the district can have no more than 24 students at each school site, but then we're also saying we're going to adhere to a 10-to-1 ratio. So how will that work?
Yeah, this policy was written, so adopted a couple years ago.
Yeah.
When it was a 24-to-1 ratio, as the state slid the birth rate back to allow younger students in, they did it on a year to year, they scaled it back year to year. And when they went to younger students, the ratio dropped each time. And so when the policy was originated, it was 24-to-1, which is this school year, it's 24-to-1. Then next school year, 25-26, is the 10-to-1. So we are currently in the school year of a 24-to-1, and then now we're moving to the 10-to-1. So the policy is written right in that we end up at the 10-to-1.
But it literally says that district shall maintain an average TK classroom enrollment of no more than 24 students for each school site.
And that's this year.
It does not say this year. It does not specify this year. This is only referencing next year, because it removed the stuff on here for the current year. Where it removed what the requirements were for this year. And another point where it talks about the date range for the kids for the current school.
Then I would suggest just let's table it out.
Okay.
We'll have it.
Okay, so we're tabling this then for a second.
Yeah.
I think originally when we talked about having it first and second read, I think it's a great idea because this kind of stuff will help a lot. Any additional questions?
Well, I know too, you were kind of testing this as a process too. So is this one that would have come through which committee, academic excellence or?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, it didn't do that either.
Yeah.
So.
Anyways,
I don't remember.
I think we are. For next week.
oh, there you go. Well, why don't you guys discuss it there? And then you can bring it back.
Awesome.
There you go. All right. Then I guess we are can I get a motion to table this then?
Okay.
Okay, and can I get a second? I'll second. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? No? So it's tabled. Okay, items for consent. Items listed under consent are voted on by the board in one motion. There are no discussion required prior to the vote unless a member of the board or staff requests specific items to be pulled from consent. Before making a motion, would any member like to pull an item from the consent agenda?
Wondering about pulling the CAO item.
Okay.
Just because I'm so excited, I want to talk about it.
Yes. Are you actually kidding?
No,
Okay.
I apologize. No time to know.
All right. Okay, then, the executive director recommends approval of all the consent items. Following approval of the board, each item shall be deemed to be considered full and adopted as recommended. The following items are A, executive director approval of minutes for the regular meeting, the chief business officer personnel report, registers for March, credit card and check. The ratifying of the MOU for both Cal State, approval of the MOU for Walden University, the Ed Theory LLC service agreement, the approval of the health and welfare benefit renewal 2025-2026, and lastly, approval of the employee agreement for the chief academic officer. Can you please have a motion? Okay, may I have a second? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We have discussion, is there
No.
discussion?
We don't.
Okay, I know, but there was, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye, okay. Any notes? Any abstentions? Okay, so passes. Congratulations. Okay, next, executive director.
I have so many papers, like I'm shuffling around tonight. That's it. Congratulations to Ms. Knight Burdette on the CAO position. So I am so happy. I think that you'll make a great position, and I think that the thing that I'm most excited about is that you'll still be here to look after the middle school and guide that next person that takes your spot. And so it's not like middle school actually moves, it's actually so. Congratulations to you. Congratulations for SB. They did earn the Distinguished School, California Distinguished School Award. And so this is the second time that they got that. So that was a great win for them. I know that there's a celebration in May at the Disneyland Hotel. So they will be going down there to accept their award, which is super nice. So congratulations to all of SB. And then I just want to give you, I know that everyone has been talking about like 39 and what's been happening and are there schools and where are our facilities and all of that sort of thing. So normally Prop 39, which is a law that passed in California, so that LEAs or school districts have to make room in their facilities for things like charter schools moving in. And so normally in years past, Prop 39 has been wrapped up, or we would have known like the facility status prior to now. And so in this case, we have extended the window for a little bit of time and lengthened that. The school district where we did make a Prop 39 proposal was set up at Valley Front School District, and they were going through some strategic processes themselves. So we, in accordance, lengthened our window. All that to say, we should know soon what the facility proposal would be for OPA, and as soon as we know, we will get that communication out to the families. I just say this because I do know people are anxious and they want to know, and so we don't know. So, but it is going to be in a relatively short period of time where we will get some information, and then we will push that out to our constituents and our families. And so I know that Mr. Lauro is working actively on that, and so is the rest of the board. So I just thank everybody for their patience while we wait. But that information should be coming soon. Last but not least, I just want to thank the board and thank the middle school, Ms. Burdette, Mr. Lauro, for all of the work that everyone has done in looking at that middle school budget. It is now turned into a very positive and healthy situation. We are able to not only create that 4% of reserve for economic uncertainty, which is essential, and it's a mandate, it's required by the state of California and by our county Office of Education. And then it also allowed us, all of that hard work really paid off in allowing the board to approve the 2% annual wage increase for staff. And so we do know that wages and salary is a priority for us. We take that very seriously. We do anything that we can to make sure that we can offer our staff and show our staff the value that we truly believe they have. And I think, coming here in my first year and working with the staff, we just have a tremendous staff. And so I take a great honor in making sure that we do all of our due diligence to make sure that we can offer the maximum amount possible always. And this will continue to remain a priority for us as it is for the board. So thank you all that have helped us do that and accomplish that tonight.
Thank you. All right, moving on to board of directors reports. Do we want to start at the end?
You want to start with 0 to 9?
Oh, okay, that's true, that's true. So just a big thank you to all of our wonderful parent volunteers that we were able to honor tonight. It's always neat to see them show up, not only at their school sites, but here and everywhere across all the campuses. So thank you again to all of our parents on those various groups. Also, congratulations to Maggie. And then just a shout out to our amazing athletic teams and our coaches. They've been killing it this year. And I'm excited to celebrate all the kids. Our girls got the last basketball, so now they have 3 championships so far this year, or 4. Football, basketball, and volleyball. So really killing it. So just want a big shout out and congrats to our coaching team and all the kids for all the hard work for them.
I wanted to share that I got to represent the board on the hiring panel for the CAO position, and want to thank all the candidates who applied, and just again extend congratulations for that. Very excited to have you in this capacity, and appreciate all the staff at the middle school and the continued dedication to ensuring the best experiences and academic results for students. So, thank you. Also, just continue to echo the sentiments of earlier, like it takes a village, especially in your charter school. So I just want to say thank you to everybody, regardless of what capacity you serve in, volunteer, paid positions, students. I'm just so appreciative of all the contributions I see across the board, so thank you.
I want to say thank you to the honor societies and school site council. The honor societies really make OPA such a special place with the amount of parent volunteer hours and what they do for the programs and the students and staff. It's really amazing to see. It's special here at OPA. I want to say congratulations to Maggie again. And I got to go to cum laude for the middle school, and we had so many recipients. It was six different ceremonies. 6 different ceremonies because we had 400 kids, which is amazing. So great job.
Again, congratulations. Thank you. Possibly echo that. Do you want me to go over the governance committee? Okay. The governance committee finally got to meet earlier today. And started to tackle the task of looking from the standpoint of how the school, the board in particular, should govern itself, starting really from the ground up in terms of our charter and then kind of building or governance expectations for that. We had a discussion about the gamut system, which we discussed earlier in the board meeting, and the hope is that we'll be able to leverage to a fair extent that system, its own kind of best in class, hopefully, or close to that, governance policies, etc., that are great for us. So more to come on that as the meetings. Also, on a kind of more personal basis, I've announced to the board president earlier that I will be resigning early from the board of directors. I will not be fulfilling a 2-year term. I'll be closer to dress codes. I will attend the next governance committee in 2 weeks. I will attend probably the one that will follow 2 weeks after that. I will attend the May board meeting, the May board meeting. This is for personal reasons related to. That's it.
Well, I guess we can echo, congratulations to Ms. Britt one more time. Look forward to working in your new role, although, as we know, there's about to head to the middle school, we'll miss, the opportunity. Sorry to see you go. Best.
Thank you all. We're gonna have to celebrate back before you leave, so, we will now, recess back to closed session. So we will be moving the meeting to closed session at 9:45 p.m. Welcome back. The meeting is reconvening from open session at 11:19 p.m. There is no public report out of action taken in closed session. Moving on to adjournment. It's recommended the board adjourn the regular meeting of Foster Victoria County Board of Directors for on April 17, 2025. May I please have a motion? Have a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those abstentions.